this. I'll tell everyone. Alright, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. This is the last bit of practice I'm doing on this stupid challenge. Yo, Elna. Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to code on stream today. It's annoying, like, sprite sheet shit, and honestly, my concentration is still not recovered to like 100% yet, so I figured I would just do this. W, Fuma. Honestly, like, especially when I'm like really beat and shit, sometimes, you know, drawing for fun is a good way to shut your brain off and you know, recover some more MP for other activities. As long as you're not doing anything that's like outside your comfort zone. Colties. Yo, fuzzy. So yeah, this will be our last. This will be our last trial run before doing the actual thing. I'm thinking, like, probably day after I release the first Bat Sim edition. I think that's when I'll do the challenge. Because I get the feeling the challenge, because it's gonna last so long, and because it's not what I usually do, I get the feeling it's gonna bring in a few new viewers. So I'd like to inform them that you know, there's now a playable demo of the game and stuff, and I think that would be a good thing to have. This one came out a little bit fucking weird, but I guess it's whatever. I think it's more this finger. This one needs to have a little bit more of a... I guess that's fine. We'll move on. Yeah, I made it into an apple. Sekai wa waga tenaka ni aru. That's not shoot true, is it? No, that is shoot true. Don't put that in garbage day. When I see like Chuny dialogue, I always just assume to that it's like a set phrase where everything becomes kunyomi because it's more, you know, it's more Chuny sounding, but yeah, whatever. A bad apple. It's a bad apple. On the visualizer scale, the Apple visualizer scale, I'm a 5. I can't make that joke without actually showing the GIF where it turns into bad apple. But you know, if you know, you know. Oh shit! I forgot. Ones like this, these ones are death traps. Because you know how I was saying like the one of the biggest issues with drawing from reference is that the hand will often be wider than looks good. This is actually a perfect example. This is a perfect example of that. Times like this, I gotta know to just you know, just thin it right out of the gate. Just go in with it thinner. Because especially this lower area, if this doesn't get like enough taper, it really does not read. So that is fortunately something that the friggin' practice up to this point has kind of hardened for me. Yeah, it's already like causing a little bit of issues. Like it's salvageable, but. Oh, what's the status on flipping in the challenge? Can you flip in the challenge? Bado voted that Lasso's okay, so if Lasso's okay, then I say flipping's alright. I don't know. This one looks kind of. This one looks kind of ass, but whatever. Whatever. That's true. That's true, Nova. Oh, suggestions for practice with that stuff. Well, I mean, one thing I will say is that you look like you're doing a pretty good job with it. But that aside, I would. The thing that I've been getting into with it is honestly like much more than half of scenery looking good is obviously the composition. So a lot of the time when you're just doing like comprehensive, you know, composition studies, you're getting, you know, like backdrop, you know, scenery practice for free. But otherwise, the big thing that I've been doing lately is well, I don't know how universal of a tip this is, but the more you can, like, there's some styles this might just not hold true for, but the more you can reduce the scenery to like making the most fundamental part of it like a gradient, or a set of just like a few colors that gradiate into each other, obviously like the better. Because basically the more you can make a background like the aura of a character, so to speak, that's what I'm finding is the best way to think about it. Do not think of the background as its own like simulation-y world you plopped the character in. unless you're actually training to be a background art. Because there's two, the way background artists think about backgrounds. Oh shit, I have it set to allow feet right now. The way background artists think about backgrounds and the way character artists think about backgrounds is quite different. Character artists have a bunch of rules, self-imposed rules, that the actual background artists don't have. Like, first off, the first rule is that the background, by and large, like for the most part, should not be drawn using any of the tools that do not go into the character art. So anything that you wouldn't use to paint the character, you wouldn't use to paint the background. Whereas actual like background artists will do all sorts of like, you know, complex like texture brush. They'll whip out like many different types of textures for their brushes and stuff. They'll do all sorts of weird stuff. And even if you take an artist who does pretty complex sceneries and stuff, that take up a lot of the composition and stuff, like Kantoku, the illustrator Kantoku. He is not a Kantoku. He goes by the name Kantoku. Even he is no exception. Like his backgrounds, if you look at them, they use the exact same tools as the actual characters. So that's number one. And as a result, the background will always take on, like I said, it will be always still anchored by the existence of the actual characters. So that's important. Yeah, just that distinction. You may have already, you know, observed this a long time ago, but it's just it's a thing worth remembering. It's a thing worth reiterating. Yeah, so as a result, what that means is elements of backgrounds for illustration can be practiced as individual items, very similar to pieces of a character as a result. So especially things like, I'm trying to think of like this is one of the reasons you'll actually notice illustrators tend to repeat common elements in their backgrounds a lot. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, I mean, a common one is just like water, like a body of water. It's really common for pretty much every illustrator ever has a very like systemized like formula for drawing bodies of water. They might change it a little bit depending on if it's like a, you know, ocean versus like a pool versus a lake. But in general, they kind of have like a formula for it, and they can just practice that individually, and it's much less complex than the way a background artist would do it. So you can like individually practice those things. And the other thing about them too is that they don't need to stand on their own as much. They're much more a product of the composition. So if you see an artist you like, you don't even have to do like a careful painting study, honestly, to, oh shit, that's right. I forgot I was supposed to keep the 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't even have to do like a careful painting study to get a lot of what they're doing in their background stuff. Like if you just do like a value study, you will get a lot of the info. Especially with urban stuff, the amount, that's where everything I was just saying comes in. Look for whatever artist you want to draw like is guaranteed to have a simple, like, formulaic might carry a bad connotation of like lacks versatility, but just because something's formulaic doesn't mean it lacks versatility. So whatever artist you want to draw like will have a formulaic way of doing it, and just try to like pay attention to what their formulaic way of doing it is, and do not look at like what actual background artists do much, because it's not going to help much. try to find what like an actual, you know, like an illustrator is doing, because they're going to have a way simpler way of going about it that you can effectively memorize. In the sense of like you can memorize the formula. You can be like, oh, they always use like 3 tones here. Maybe if it gets more, you know, they use three colors that gradiate into each other on the wall or something. You know, that anchors it. Like maybe sometimes a 4th tone will appear if it's, you know, under these conditions or whatever. Stuff like that. Like that's what you want to be looking for, because it gets so much simpler when you do that. And that's the main thing that I've been finding lately that's been making sense out of that whole thing. Because in the past I used to go at background shit, and it was just a mess, and sometimes I'd have to delete the whole pick. But as of recently, I've been way more systemized about it, and it's been feeling good. Like I don't feel uncomfortable anymore when doing scenery stuff for this reason. This hand picture is just kind of ugly, and I probably should have skipped this one. Yo, Will Konbanwa. I only got away with that last thing because, yeah, well that's fine, Elna. That's fine because no one really cares about the details that much. They care about the composition when it comes to scenery. They care about the details of your character. But when it comes to your scenery, they just care about the compositional work and the color work. And the shapes insofar as they support the character. So again, like think of the shapes as just like aura of the character. Like, oh, does this line attach satisfyingly to, you know, the shape of the character's body or the character's hair or whatever, you know, stuff like that. All right, this one just looks. I'm a cheat. I'm a lasso. This looks weird. I remember once hearing that backgrounds don't exist. It's really all. Yeah. You probably like illustrators. Illustrators probably are big on that. It depends. Like an animator wouldn't say that, and a background artist obviously wouldn't say that. But like, for an illustrator, yeah, that's like kind of a valid philosophy for an illustrator. That like backgrounds don't even exist. I didn't think about the distinction between character art. Yeah. I really like Fujishimu, but they're more of a background. Yeah. When I'll check their stuff out later, but yeah, that's one of the unfortunate things about art, is that it's like there's no such thing as like, oh, I'm an artist, I can do any art thing. It's like, unfortunately, like the different job classes do ultimately do different things. Like an illustrator will never be able to do backgrounds the way a background artist does unless they actually stop and take the time to train in that specific way background artists are trained. And you know, like an animator doesn't learn how to paint or use color for free. You know, there's a lot of like legendary animators who are actually straight up terrible at color. Some of them just are not good at color at all. And it just doesn't matter. But yeah, that's like one of the unfortunate things about art is that like you are bound to like the job class you trained for. And some people, yeah, some people do multiple job classes, but like it's almost like separate skills at that point. Not entirely, like it's not like you're obviously it's not even close to like truly a separate skill, but it is still like a separate job class that has to be explicitly trained for. So yeah, it's just one of those things to think about. It's you have to develop almost like a discipline. Like, oh, if you see some sick background artists, you have to like you kind of have to have the discipline to say like, okay, but that's not like the type of thing that's not the type of thing I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be, I'm trying to be an illustrative artist so I can admire this, but like I have to understand that I'm not going to be able to like do this literal exact type of thing. Like you could take inspiration from elements and stuff, but yeah, unfortunately, like you can't do that exact type of thing. You have to do like the illustrator approach if you're committed to the illustrator approach, unless you decide that like you fuck more with background art than then you would specifically start training in the background artist techniques and stuff. I think it's funny because like I think it's funny, especially a lot of like the time, like especially learners, like people who just get into art, sometimes have this idea that like, okay, I want to learn art because I want to animate, I want to make backgrounds, I want to make sculptures, and I want to like I can't remember which ones I said, but like illustrate and animate. Like they want to do like a million different things. And I want to be able to draw in like 10 different styles. But yeah, it's like it is unfortunate how ultimately like job class bound art is, and how you have to explicitly, train for each thing. And like yes, there's a universal component, but there's also a very not universal component. What about when you just put a character on top of... Yeah, you can always do that well. Yeah, and that's like... That's always like a cool, trick. That's always like a nice... that's basically what... I mean, that's... When you're looking at like a VN... Like when you're playing a VN and it's not in a CG, that's basically what you're getting. You're basically getting, okay, the character's Tachier, the standing portrait. Like that's the illustrative art. And then the background artist put the, did the background in a totally different style. And then you just sort of symbolically, composite them together. That's why you can even, in some cases, you can even just slap a photo, straight up slap a photo, as long as it's, as long as it's color corrected and whatever to look, acceptably compatible with the, with like the Tachier and stuff. You can always do that, and some people entirely do that. I mean, some people... I feel like it's not as common as it used to, but definitely... I mean, like, I know people in the TRPG scene and stuff, like when they need art for TRPGs and stuff. A lot of those guys still that's still like common practice to this day, because they just want the character art, and then they just want something to kind of... they just want some scenery to, they just want some scenery to give context. So I know that happens a lot in like role play art scenes and stuff. This one's kind of like a weird two-hand one. I figured it would be okay, but I guess we'll see. It kind of has like a must not fap look to it. This one. Is the mangaka the most general of creator classes? Yeah, I would say the mangaka is basically traditionally the mangaka is a jack of all trades, master of none. However, obviously we do have some mangakas who are jack of all trades, masters of some. Like obviously that happens. But like the classic traditional mangaka is a jack of all trades, master of none, for sure. It's kind of what I aspire to be perfectly honest, because I'm trying to do art more from like a director's standpoint, rather than like I benefit from artistic knowledge more than just what I can produce with my own hands. You know, like it helps me communicate with other artists. It helps me get a vision of, you know, projects more and stuff. So for me, there's a lot of meaning in being like a jack of all trades. And I mean, I should want to make some manga anyway. So yeah, like for me, that's kind of like, that feels like the right choice. But like, if you want to be the best fucking illustrator you can possibly be, then you have to really crack down on, you know, illustration. You can't be like, it's fine to like dip your hand in other job classes, but like, you need to still spend most of your time, you know, doing Illustrator things, or you're just going to get like a mess of, you're going to get like a bad build. You're going to get, I always quote that stupid Lumpy Touch video. It's like, does anyone know how to re-roll my my stats? I think I put a little too many points into heavy blood. But yeah, it's like that. Like you don't want to end up in a situation where you put skill points into the wrong. You wasted your time putting skill points into the wrong thing. But yeah, for me, jack of all, master of none is the way to go, for sure. As far as art goes, this one just, I'm not liking what happened with this one. I knew this was gonna happen. I told you when you combine two hands, the difficulty tends to greatly increase, and this one just looks fucking weird. I knew it was going to look weird. I'm going to avoid ones like this in the actual challenge as much as I can. Pretty sure the dude, the Sam dude or whatever the hell his name is, I'm pretty sure he totally avoided ones like these. Also, it feels kind of stupid to count this as one, even though you can barely see it. But it does greatly increase the difficulty, so I'm gonna count it. That's 2. I guess this one's fine. Yeah. Yeah, very true, Elnu, mangaka and game dev parallels, yeah. I like what Ryu did with the background. Yeah, I mean that I really like what like Higarashi's kind of, you know, kind of a fast one, but like Umineko's backgrounds are developed enough where they're definitely like a vibe and stuff. And like I really like what he did with Kikonias. Kikonias are straight up like Kikonias are borderline as satisfying to me as like real background art. I think Kikonia did a really good job. Or like he did a good job with Kikonia rather. Too bad the project's cooked, but yeah, Nova knows what I mean, yeah. Want to dip into illustration first, because yeah, exactly. Yeah, Nova, like you have to like they become more than the sum of their parts. Like they start asking things out of each other. So like what would be fine for one on its own is no longer okay when they're together, basically. Which technically happens whenever you draw, like, the same thing happens when you draw two characters interacting. As I'm sure, you know, you may have experienced. This one's weird because it's like holding a knife in a really awkward way, and I don't want to actually draw the knife in. I'm just gonna draw this one as if the knife isn't there. Do it like that, I guess. I notice when drawing, like normally I like to draw hands kind of like with a cuter bias, but I notice especially when doing these photos that a lot of these photos involve, I guess like to get a better photo of a hand, a lot of the time the model will tense their hand. So a lot of these hands end up being more sharp. I guess that's fun. Provided the sketch and scan is clean, then I don't see why not. Do you think sketching on paper then digitally coloring? Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, a lot of people do that. That was standard for a long time. That was before, like when computers weren't great. That was the standard. Like everyone would draw on paper first and then just scan it, or even take a picture of it, because drawing directly on tablets, like inking was one thing, but actually sketching on a tablet was really bad for many years. Like it basically until the late O's. If you were to sketch actually directly on your tablet, it was usually really uncomfortable. Like it would usually have some lag. They didn't have screen tablets yet for the most part. Maybe they did, but they sucked. I don't know. So just most people, it was just standard. You would just draw on paper and then you would scan it, or, you know, take a photo or whatever, and then pop it in. And then you would digitally ink it. Or in some cases, and in the animation industry, this still happens a lot. Sometimes they would even straight up ink it on paper, then scan it. And that happens to this day a decent bit in the animation industry. That the shit actually gets inked on paper, then scanned. Although the animation industry is mostly moved into you at least ink digitally, but there are still cases where people will ink by hand and then scan it. just because for some people that's just faster and more comfortable. But that's mostly going away. But yeah, if I had to guess, I would say it's probably mangaka more than anyone who still do that, just because mangaka don't have like the cleanliness requirements for mangaka are lower than any other field. So sometimes, like for a lot of mangaka, it's just fastest to just ink on paper, and then scan it. That's like the fastest workflow, because inking on paper will almost always be faster than inking on a computer. For manga purposes, not for like illustration purposes or even necessarily for anime purposes. But for manga purposes, the physical ink is always the fastest way to get your manga inked. Like some of these guys are lightning fast with it. So yeah, to this day, a lot of people do that. I'm actually gonna kind of cheat. This area looks stupid. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Whatever. Call that one. I think I'm gonna make a new layer. Yeah, that's right. Saito does that a decent bit. I've been doing mostly illustration. Yeah, landscapes. So you're more background, yeah. When I was a kid, I would actually sometimes, like for fun, do landscape painting stuff, but I never got any good at it. That was about the extent of my like art experience before getting into like art not done for you know, trying to make a game and shit. The Vidnight not... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that shit's nuts. The Saito Showa. To this day, he has, like, PTSD from it. And he makes sure he keeps his like gold plaque visible at all times so that you never forget that he used to have all those subs. Make sure that his true fucking glory goes recognized. I'm gonna check how we're doing on time after this one. What's our rate so far? See, this one ended up awkwardly freaking fat. Now go back. I gotta be careful. Yeah, I didn't notice, but this one has like a huge palm, and it's not like attractive at all. I gotta watch out for that shit. I mean, I guess it looks fine like this. But I think I really gotta make sure I check for that before I even start doing anything. Because it legit will just look like a bad drawing if you match the proportions accurately of a hand that just doesn't look nice. Alright, let's see how we're doing. Alright, so that was the 11th one. And we've been... it's not like I started drawing instantly the second we were on, but... yeah, I mean, it's about the pace I was hoping. It's roughly the pace I was hoping. Oh, the jagged like mark. Yeah, that is like his thing. Yeah, he can. I'm not gonna put words in his mouth, but he can tell you all about that.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you can figure out what I'm doing with that, I'll give you a. Trying to think. 5 free commissions.
I've intended to draw landscapes in my sketchbooks when I go to the park, but it just doesn't interest me. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's one of those things where like I feel like I would only enjoy doing that if I explicitly had time to train doing that. Like if I had like a method, if I had an actual hard, like if I knew it was gonna look good going in, I would enjoy doing that. But if I was just like going off the cuff and experimenting and just seeing what I end up with, that doesn't sound very fun to me. Oh shit, this is... I don't know about this one, because I don't even like the silhouette in the photo. It's kind of got like a berserk thing, but upside down and not as interesting of a hand pose. Yeah, this one looks fucking... This one's a little funky. I think it's another one where I gotta do this. Rotation, we'll accept rotation. Lasso, rotation, flipping, it's all legal. That could be a subcategory. No rotation, no no lasso. When this becomes an official speed run. The problem with the hand challenge, why it can't become a speedrun, is because there's not like a quality standard that you can set. But I was thinking what would be funny and what could become a speedrun was like something like Sette copies, and there'd be like different categories for like degree of accuracy. So like the 99% accuracy would be like the 100% category. Basically. So we could turn art into the most degenerate act that man has ever created. Oh, that reminds me, Carl. I forgot about Carl being fucking cooked. Carl is cooked. Goose is so happy about it. This is the happiest I've seen Goose in ages. All right. Oh shit. Yeah, same Elnu. Same. I'm big on Inaka stuff. He's trying to bring mine Oikaki. Perhaps, yeah. Fujishima's big on that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out his stuff. Yeah, Nova, that can suck. Yes, true, Nova, true. Even though I don't draw, just having gone to... Yeah, for sure. Japan's got so much nice scenery. People make fun of play... Yeah, it's so true. It is true. It's unironically true. Yeah, art exactly. Art speedwriting might actually be a benefit. I mean, Sonic is a form of anime, Fuzzy, at least. Teaching the most direct and efficient means of drawing it. Exactly, yeah, true. Exactly, Fumo, yeah. That's exactly it, yeah. I mean, there's a reason, like, it's not just, it's not just home turf bias. Like, there's a reason Japanese people like the aesthetics of Japan a lot. Like they make an effort for it. They make a big effort for it, whether it's rural or urban. I do like some places in I do like some parts in certain places in America, but it's like it's not that consistent of a thing. Like you have to get the right place, and sometimes they sometimes they don't last long and stuff. But like I really like colonial New England a lot. Like I definitely feel like a connection to that quite a bit. But from there, it's just hit and miss with me. I do like some weird modern and postmodern architecture. The stuff like that, like the higher budget, higher quality stuff, not like the real junk. Like the actual like effort stuff. I do like a decent bit of that. Shit that makes you feel like you're living in a sci-fi world. I do like that type of shit. The thing is, Japan tends to just do that type of thing better anyway, though. Japan tends to do that better, so. Oh, shit. This one's kind of weird because I can't tell if this one's gonna look like awkward coming from having that little bit of space on the... No, I mean, this is fine. This is fine. That's fine. Oh shit. I can't tell if that one went through. Whatever. Not gonna worry about. This one, simple one like this, I feel like I should get in the habit of like, when one I know is like really simple and gonna be easy to do, to try and go so quick that I can get it in under a minute. Because I feel like for some of them I can like speed save with that, or time save with just like, boom, just do it real quick, then just sort of fix some of the problem spots, and then I can instantly move on. I think especially too if you just kind of like if you exaggerate, because that was actually a trick that the inventor of this challenge did. Like he would exaggerate the knuckles quite a bit when he needed to save time, because it can make the thing look more finished more easily. It's not always an option, but anyway, I think that went pretty fast though. So ones like this, it's probably a good idea to try that type of thing. Yeah, true. I'll know. Some really great. Yes, there is for sure. Yes, I've never been to Oregon or Washington. I can't even picture what they would look like. I know so little about. I know so little about America, despite never leaving it. I know that there are some nice places for sure. At Rutgers, the only campus I liked was Cook because it was somewhat woodsy and yeah. I noticed that like some of the colleges are really like oppressive and kind of like they have like a demoralizing. A lot of them will sometimes have like a cheap demoralizing. Oh, this one looks fucking retarded. I'm not. Ones like this, I'm just gonna mostly ignore what's in the photo and just kind of try to do my own thing. Maybe that's not the best idea either, though. They just kind of found like a cursed. They kind of found like a cursed hand with this one. I don't know about this one. I'm just gonna turn it into my own thing. I'm just completely ignoring the photo at this point because that one was cursed. I'm trying to think why it was so cursed. I think it's because the fingers weren't. The fingers were essentially overlapping in like a blob-like way. Also, the pinky was not making a nice, even remotely nice silhouette with it. With the palm. It's still giving me some issues. That's fine enough, I guess, but I totally gotta watch out for ones like that. I guess that's fine. Whatever. It looks fucking weird, but let's just not sweat it. Cursed hand. Let's see. We'll still count it. No, this is a bad one. Let's see. I guess we could do ones like this. Yeah, very true. Very true. It is the nature is the main draw with America. But again, I really do like colonial architecture, but in general though, yeah. Part of the reason that stuff it feels really nice too is because of the synergy with the surrounding nature stuff. My project actually after I finished Castle, that I was actually like working on before Castle, but got out of hand, and we stopped working on it. When I go back to that and kind of like revive that and shit, I was actually going to use a lot of scenery inspired by, you know, like the nicer parts of like colonial New England. Because I do like that shit a lot. This one just looks fucking weird. I don't even know why I'm bothering looking at the photo for this one, because it's just like... Okay, it's just like a fist in your face. Like, what is that? You know, I don't need the stupid photo at that point. It's just gonna cause issues. The Oregon. One mon un ten. What does that refer to exactly? Yeah, as our city progressively looks more and more like shit, that sucks. Yeah, the city gets hot. Yep, as they fuck that up. Yep. That shit's awful. Oh, Maine was pretty ugly. Yeah. That sucks. I guess I'll skip there. I know that they have like a bit of like a fishing thing there. Wait, did I count this one? I don't think I did. How are we doing with time? Not too bad. Okay, this one's a good one. Oh, holy shit, that's crazy. That's nuts. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, like you see that in you definitely see that in anime. Right, one man. Yeah. One mom. One mom. Let's see. Yeah, ones like these are good time savers. All the fingers clumped up at the bottom part looks a little bit weird. But it's alright. Yeah, this often causes a problem. When you get the thumb pinching in and you get too much of this, you typically want to avoid that, if possible. Whatever. One man. I mostly just use Notepad. Someone recommended I use Obsidian once, and I used it for like a couple weeks. What I was actually using it for was keeping track of character archetype speech patterns in Japanese. And eventually I just didn't really feel like it was... I didn't understand the features of it. Or like why it worked the way it did. I didn't really understand what I was supposed to be getting out of it, so I just like stopped. Basically. I'm not big on like organizational program type things like that kind of like expect you to have like a certain... Like, I'm confused as to what problem they're even trying to solve, basically. Maybe if I was more clear on that, I would use them more. This, this needs a little bit more space. That one is stupid because you can barely even see it. Well, I guess this one counts. I guess we'll do this one. I mean, it's still. I think the dude in the challenge would do ones like these sometimes. I'm not sure though. I'll have to watch it again and take note of what he did and didn't do. I'm actually gonna increase the size of the hand just because I made the arm so fat. Now it's a little bit off balance. I guess that counts. We'll count ones like that. Still a hand. Obsidian is very freeform. Yeah, I was confused what it wanted out of me. Exactly. It doesn't impose a structure. Oh, I see. Link between notes. That makes sense. So it's a way of, right, like you could search all documents, stuff like that. Yeah, it's just too much work, exactly. Yeah, maybe I'll go back to it. Well, see, that's the problem. I think that's the other issue is like I'm very, very big on I'm really big on minimalism when it comes to notes. Like I like the fact I like, for example, when I write stories and shit, and I'm thinking about stuff like that. I like having to rebuild it from as little as possible every time. And I'm very quick at doing so. And I trust my mental journals a lot. So that's like, I think that's one of the reasons I never like went for that type of thing. But it does seem like it, especially for stuff that just is just raw, like stuff that's just like raw memorization type stuff. You know, stuff like you know, like common vocab choices of a character or something. That does seem like a really good use of it. So I think maybe I was on to something with that, and I might go back to doing that. I might actually tonight. I might start one up and get a whole like character speech habit vocab thing going. But I might have to look at like what features it has, like the program has first, just so I know exactly like what I'm oh shit, what the hell am I doing? Just so I know like what I'm expecting, you know, just like what I can expect out of the thing ahead of time. This one's pulling a rope, but I think I'm just going to ignore that factor because I don't think it needs it. Yeah, Snowpad is quick and efficient. A node graph. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Lunge, and his memory. Yes. I am Japanese. Japanese use chopsticks. Yes, I do remember that. Vaguely. Now that you remember it. Now that you mentioned it, I remember that. But I mostly remember him for I am Japanese. It was that would get posted on DJT a lot, which is the main reason I remember it. Yeah, I don't have a Mind Palace. I absolutely do not have a Mind Palace. But when it comes to storing any info on stories, I trust it a lot, basically. Or I at least trust it to successfully rebuild on the fly whatever it needs to rebuild. Let's see. I think I'm starting to get the hang of like where to ignore the reference. Honestly, at this point. and where it's actually helpful. Well, I don't know, maybe not. This one's being a little bit weird. Because one of the reasons I do like, especially when it comes to story stuff, one of the reasons I like rebuilding stuff is just because, like, you always want to keep like a fresh perspective on anything in a story. You always want to stay as far away from like getting used to something or doing a thing just because you expect it or whatever, stuff like that. Like you always want to have like a first of all, you want to be able to see it from a bystander's perspective as easily as you can, and stuff like that. So like the sooner you can forget details but then have the power to rebuild them easily, like the better. Which is why sometimes I'll even, like, you know, forget main characters' names and shit. Especially with plots, too. Especially with plots, like, you always want to be reacting to a plot, like, very fresh. Because you never know when you overlooked, like, an issue with it, or, you know, you took something for granted that just didn't lock in enough, stuff like that. How much do you plan on humanizing Toguro? Like, is it going to turn out he enjoys smooth jazz and in what my epic Yu Hakusho fanfic? Or is that like a saying? Or like if I was to write Toguro as a character. If I was to write him, yeah, I would probably give him. You mixed him up with Yu Hakusho. I'll answer that though, because it's an interesting thought experiment. If I was writing Yu Hakusho from scratch, like we live in a world where Yu Hakusho doesn't exist, and I was instead given the plan for it, and I have to write it from scratch. I really like the whole Gap Moe thing a lot, whether it's for anyone, like whether it's for like a monster, a male character, or a cute character. I like the effect. I like the effect of the whole like gap thing, like that's cute. You know, that's cute that there's this gap. I don't think that needs a cute character to feel good. So if I was writing Toguro, I would definitely give him more like gap kind of shit like that than Togashi did. And I would probably in general, I'm very into the humanistic elements of that come with the whole like I mean, no one even uses this term anymore, but the sort of like moe appeal type thing. That's like kind of where it started. It went hand in hand with like a sort of humanistic, like emphasis on like making minutia interesting and making it a point of character appeal and stuff. And I would definitely do a lot of that if it was me. So anyway, that's my answer for if I was writing Yu Yu Hakusho. Okay, as far as the yeah, I love the way Gen writes characters, especially villains. Like I love like Kikoku guy. I love Ryu from Kikoku guy, for example. He's fucking badass. No, I haven't read it yet, Graf. I haven't had any time to read shit, unfortunately. I've either been working on the game or working on YouTube or mentally recovering from working on the game or working on YouTube. Usually either just by like drawing for fun or by reading like a VN or something. I try to keep recovery time to something that like is gonna help the project regardless. Which actually, you know, like I said, I trust Takahiro, so reading something written by Takahiro would not be off the menu. So maybe I'll download it. I just so rarely reach for manga, that's why I didn't think of it. But I'll get to it soon, for sure. I want to see if Takahiro cooked, because I trust him. Respect. Okay, the main orc dude in Castle, the dude with like the two mouths, the purple dude, he's Gorzulu, and he will be he will not be characterized much through like a gap thing, because his main traits are already humanistic enough. When you finally reach him in the game, hopefully you will see this content within 1 year, because this would be the 6th chapter. You will see what I mean. His main traits will already be humanistic enough where he doesn't need like gap moe type stuff. He's definitely not gonna be like an epic Mao type deal. He's I have something more like cynical planned. With a little bit of I guess a little bit of inherent dark humor baked in. Depends what you find funny. I don't know. I tend to find shit funny that most people don't find that funny, so I don't know if you'll find it funny or not, but at any rate, this one looks fucked. I don't know what the fuck happened with this one. I genuinely don't understand what happened with this one. So yeah, he doesn't, in other words, yeah, he doesn't need like a gap moe details because he's already gonna be, you're already gonna feel that he has a lot of cynically humanistic traits. If I do my job right. Shit. I guess that counts for her. Doesn't look that good. He's gonna be like Lord Farquaad from Shrek. He's not gonna be like that, unfortunately. Farquaad is a Chad, though. Do you have a hot take on Ryu Kishi? Kishi? Yes. Garo Koss is fucking amazing. Garo Koss, really short VN he put out. Went super underappreciated. Insanely good. Just absolutely like top class writing shit. Highly recommend it. Went super underappreciated. There is another one coming out though, which is nice. Yeah, I mean it's short, so it is short. But yeah, I'm just like, holy shit. He cooked. He fucking cooked. I really should do a because it's short, I could do like a whole analysis on it. I could do a pretty comprehensive analysis on it without it taking too much time because it's short. After Saku Uta, that might be a good vid. It's, oh my god, it's so fucking, I'm getting chills just thinking about how good it is. It's very I can see why I don't sympathize with the fact that it wasn't well received, but I understand why it wasn't well received. It's not to sound like a snob, but it's for people who can appreciate literature, to put it simply. That's who it's for. It's not for people who want to be straightforwardly emotionally on page with the content, or, you know, want necessarily the most exciting story. Or even one that they can necessarily take all that seriously. It's very how would I put it? It's beyond sarcastic. The sarcasm is cranked to 11 right from the start. And it's very just I don't know how to put it other than just like, it's very literary, you know. It almost reminds me of each story you get, because it's a collection of basically like 12 stories. Each one almost feels like reading like a Raymond Carver story, but otaku as fuck. It's so, oh my god, it's so fucking good. Ryu is a genius. He's definitely got to be like one of the, he's no doubt in the top 5 writers, I think, in history, easily. I'll have to, you know, I'll have to read more before I can definitively make a list like that, but yeah. He's a genius. Oh my god, this looks retarded. Whatever, that's fine, I guess. He is a genius. It's funny as shit, too. It's very funny. Garo Koss. It's not like super funny, but it's very funny. Do you have a list of Otaku Kino publicly available? No, unfortunately, I don't have a list. But I could tell you a few favorites, at least. If Raymond Carver were alive today, would he be an otaku? I think he would be. Personally, that's what I believe he would be. I believe it is very difficult it is very difficult to be genuinely passionate about literature in the modern era and not be an otaku. I think that is a difficult thing. So I like to say yes, he would be. Especially considering how the writing style he pursued is a perfect fit for otaku media. All you got to do is throw in a little bit of just throw in some like Oda design tropes, throw in some Oda utility, give it the Oda type characterization, and he would be ready to go. I also think Shakespeare would be an otaku as well. I think Dickens would be as well. I don't know. Anyone who is good would be, probably. Hemingway, I'm not so sure. Hemingway, I don't think would be an otaku. I think he was too... He was a little bit Bringe. He was also hit and miss. And I don't know if he would make the... I don't know if he would make the cut. Maybe he would. Yeah, resurrect Mozart, yeah. Mozart would probably be otaku as shit. Speaking of Carver, I bought a few of his books recently because... Oh, yeah. Base Chris, yeah. No, he was the thing that... He was the thing that made me... No, that's not true. But he was one of the important things in me, like, you know, like really, really wanting to he was not the thing, but he was definitely one of the things that made me want to get really, really serious about writing. There was a bunch of things, but he was definitely an important element. Yeah. He was also the main reason I got so into Jun Maeda's writing, because I recognized that they were, I recognized the stylistic similarities, and then I started like getting deeper into like key stuff as a result. Alright, that looks fucking weird. I'm trying to break off the reference and show a thumb, but I don't think there's like an actually good way to show one other than like something like that, which just looks kind of weird. Like maybe even on this side like that. It just looks... There's no like elegant way to show a thumb. I mean, I get whatever. That's fine. I'm not gonna... Whatever. Dies of Trap. No Eternal Sonata for Mozart. Yes, exactly, Nova. That's very true. Yeah, that would be... It would be... I think, like, reviving people is always an interesting thought experiment. Everything I like is based on otaku, true that. Yeah, there is some good stuff out there, Fumo. As you get out of the 1800s, the average quality starts to really plummet. Like, literature really started to kind of crash and burn in the 1900s, but there were still some really good exceptions. Yoru no Himawari. That's the obviously that's the Subahibi track, right? I just can't picture it. I was gonna say hum it for me, but I can't hear you right now. We're gonna put it on real quick. Yeah. I always think of this track when I think of Subahibi. I mean, the classical guys would definitely like the all the Karamakra soundtracks a lot. Yeah, this track. I always when I haven't heard this track in a while, I always get chills from it. It's making it hard to concentrate on this. Yeah, I love this track so fucking much. Sakuuta is funny because I love the best tracks in that like so much, but a lot of them just don't really hit me out of context that hard. They were more about like the context for me in the actual game. Some of them do, for sure. Especially the vocal ones. Because every time like the credits would roll in Sakuuta, you know, it would typically be like a point where you have a lot to reflect on. But yeah, the BGM in Sakuuta was more like it doesn't hit me as hard out of context as the Subahibi soundtrack. Alright, that one's fine. Yeah, I hear you, I'll know, same. Kind of burst into tears, that's true. Yeah. Dumas. Guy who wrote Count of Monte Cristo. I definitely remember the name, but I just don't think I have any exposure. I don't think I have any Dumas exposure. That's one of those ones I think you sometimes get exposed to in school, but sometimes you don't. The way Japanese has a romantic view of everyday life, Carver has this opposing implicitly. Yeah, it's like dark, exactly. Yeah, it's like evil Nietzsche joke. Gates of Stein makes me tear up. I'm looking for. Did you know I still haven't read or watched Steins Gate. I will read it first. Omar. Is there always anime playing in the background in your house? Usually, yeah. But actually, now that I'm partnered on YouTube, I actually just play like VTubers during stream instead because I don't want to get copyright hit. I don't want to get demonetized. I need that 50 cents. I need that awesome. I need that epic, partner money. So, but yeah, typically I, yeah. Thank you, Omar. Yeah. If you take French, that makes sense. Um, um, yeah, but typically I'll always have anime running. It's not always anime, but I will typically have anime running in the background. Pretty much at all times. Otherwise, I'm not always tuned into it. Like these days, I listen to audiobooks a lot. I've been going through a few different audiobook series, and they're really helpful for output and shit. So I got Data Live going right now. Let's see. What the hell happened with this one? El Guru. He was very popular in the Soviet. So my parents. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, that's so true. I did notice that, Will. I did notice that because I guess that happens whenever there's like a really like kind of strong army. I guess technically the same thing happens with any government. But typically there's a little bit more of a like. There's like a little bit more of like a logical history and bias, whereas like I feel like whenever like there's a like some kind of like strong arming regime comes into power or something, it's like, yo, this guy just like happened to this like high ranking dude just happened to like this fucking book, so now everyone gets exposed to it. I'm kind of airplaying here. I'm not a history buff at all. That's just the impression I get. Also, my feet are cold. I need to put on some fucking wool socks. Alright, that one's fine. How are we doing? We got 27 of them within an hour and a half. That is... Yeah, that's on track to hit the rate I wanted, so... Yeah, I could imagine Carver being popular in the Soviet Union. You're always super special, never leave my head. Same graph, same. Oh, good night, Fuzzy. Yeah, I love Huke. I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce his name. Fuke? Huke. Let's just call him Huke. I love Huke's designs a lot. One of my favorite games ever is the BlackRock Shooter game, which he did the designs for, obviously because he invented BlackRock Shooter. That game is fucking sick. Yeah, that is tempting. That is tempting, Chris. That is tempting as a time save. But at the same time, yeah, it's like I'd feel like inherently dirty doing that. So I don't know. I'll see. Maybe I'll take the Flostian deal and just watch the anime first. But yeah, I always loved his art a lot. I really like a lot of those artists that use that kind of like almost like I associate it a lot with like that late O's like very early tens period. I don't know what to call it other than like this is completely my own term, but it's like a rugged watercolor based style. And I feel like people who are in the kind of Nico Doga sphere and like Vocaloid and stuff would kind of use that a lot. Like, you know, like Kay, who designed Miku. Like he's an example. It's that approach where like the watercolor quality like really comes out, and the characters have like kind of a strong texture to them. I never read the novels or even saw the anime, but I know that the illustrator for Black Bullet would kind of draw that way sometimes back then, or paint that way or whatever. I like that look a lot. I feel like it's one of those weird like short-lived looks that had a really short period of time where it was like a thing, and then just kind of like didn't show up again. And like one of these days, someone is gonna notice that people like it, and then it will get like maybe a little bit memed, and then someone will like bring it back in some form. I don't know. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about. That's just like the feeling I get. What does his art look like? What does Huke's art look like now? I'm gonna have to look that up after this hand. Yeah, rugged. We're gonna call it rugged watercolor. Tsunako kind of comes from a similar background of like that, but she never did like the rugged watercolor look. She always did the very like clean watercolor look. Like her style is based on, it's clearly like fundamentally based on a watercolor philosophy, but it's like super. It has, you know, it's all based around like a hyper polish philosophy rather than a more textural philosophy. Alright, I'm gonna look up what Huke is doing these days. Maybe he's semi-retired. I mean, some illustrators like literally just pack it up. Some of them just get tired. Oh, interesting. So he is... I see. He kind of leaned heavy into the I don't know how to describe it. How do I find oh fuck, I'm losing time. I gotta get back to the hands. I'm not gonna. Oh shit, he did a BRS thing recently. Oh, this is not recent. This is from fucking 2017. He hasn't touched his Pixiv in a while. Interesting though. It almost reminds me, the way he paints now almost reminds me of Kaneko from from Atlas. Yes, very say so. Exactly. Oh yeah, yes. I'll pop it in right now, Alana, so I can check him out later. He or she. Yes, definitely. Yeah, classic Vocaloid still goes hard. The Birth of Dark Otaku. Yeah, it's exactly Graph. Yeah, it's got like almost like a Dempa thing. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna use a walkthrough. Nova, yeah. Chaos Head has a really stupid system as well. That's like really dumb, and it's like probably the main reason I never like finished it despite liking it. Yeah, Clanhead's got a absolute fire adaptation as well. Let's see where we at. Oh, okay, this one. It's Fumo. It's probably just because it reached a wider audience, and the wider the audience you get, the more they will, the more like low intelligence, low brow consumer they are. The more they need like some kind of, very like lowest common denominator hook. Not to say low quality, because plenty of great Oda media has a lot of accessible hooks in them. But yeah, they typically the wider audience will need. They need like their baby rattles, basically, to put it simply, at all times. They always need their thing. They need lots of sources of superficial entertainment value, and that's something I think about a lot. I'm always paying attention really closely to when there's a common mismatch between like average reception, even if it's just among a specific demographic, and the actual quality and sophistication of the thing in question. I'm always paying attention to that because I never want to make anything that I never want to make anything that I'm putting a ton of time and effort into that isn't like as accessible as possible. So I'm always trying to think about shit like that, honestly. But at the same time, I also get extremely angry when I get extremely pissed when value isn't being distributed properly. Like like with Garo Cost, that just pissed me off. It's like, come on, like, do we really have to babysit people to the point where a dude this good can't just write fire and you just be happy with that? I mean, it's infuriating. It was the same thing when Headbond came out. Like when Headbond came out, you play it for like 2 fucking seconds and you're like, oh my god, this is insane. Like the fucking, it takes 2 seconds to notice that the writing quality is off the charts. But sure enough, like most people who play it, they play it and they're just like, they're interested and they're enjoying it, but they don't really know how much they should really care about it. And then finally it gets them really emotional and makes them cry or whatever. And now it's time to recognize, oh, hey, this thing's awesome. But it's like, all right, this one's awkward because this is how it is in the photo. The thumb is covering the other finger. Like, I don't think this is a good idea. I think you should see the other finger. But yeah, it's just like, okay, it was fucking sick before it made you cry, dude. You know what I mean? It's just like, whatever. I'm not gonna bitch and moan about something that I can't immediately affect, but yeah. All right, yeah, the width issue happened with this one that I'm always talking about. In fact, it's kind of like unfixable because I have to get the whole finger area to have a little bit more of a. I think. Yeah, I mean that looks fine. Okay, that's another one. This seems like a good one. Daru's a Chad. Yes, I am familiar with Daru. He does seem like a Chad. They're planning on doing some interesting things with the system, like actually sending to. Oh yeah, that sounds like one of those things that is just bound to get scrapped as an idea. Like anytime you get something that's just like overly ambitious like that, it's always just like, okay, you probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, Chaos Head's choice system is low key AIDS. It's terrible. It's the main reason I'm delaying actually, finishing the game at some point. I've never met a single person who likes it. Like, it's kind of fun, like, the first time to see the different, the different delusions and shit. But, like, even the first time, it is kind of annoying. Because it's, like, it easily creates, like, a FOMO response. And it's just, like, eh. They really should have done it so that they probably just should have made the game use conventional choices and then just had different delusions trigger based on like a conventional like affection meter system, like depending on like which heroine has the most affection at a given time or something. Like it changes like which delusions trigger, therefore you end up seeing them all, but you don't need to use them as a actual. You don't have to FOMO with them, and you don't have to, use them as the choice system itself. I think that probably would have been the smart move. Good thing they fixed that in Child. Yeah, I haven't played that either, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to all the science adventure and Hayashi stuff. I remember when I was trying to get Senna. That sucks. What do you think of mixed media, such as you're reading and then you have to call off top? Oh, I think that kind of experimental shit's pretty cool. I mean, video games as a whole are kind of inherently that, if you think about it. I know people hate, like, I know everyone thinks like the ARG thing is cringe as fuck, but like I kind of like the ARG concept a little bit, to be perfectly honest. I would never like make a game that has like an ARG tie-in or anything, but like I do think that the concept is kind of funny and fun. I guess that's fine. I can't get that knuckle though. Right. I feel like these are getting better as I'm going, to be perfectly honest. Maybe not though. Maybe I'm just taking a long time. Hypertext light now, yeah. The where do I feel like I've seen something like that? I'm trying to think. I mean, obviously there's choose your own adventure novels, which are not far off. I mean, those are basically analog VNs. Or analog adventure games. Oh, I see. They use it more streamlined and... Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, that sounds a lot better then. Was it Hayashi who wrote, did he write most of the science adventure stuff, like Child and stuff, or did he hand it off to someone else? I like his writing a lot, mostly through exposure to, like, other stuff. Like, when he was still clearly in control of, like, Darling and the Franxx, it was fire. And then once he was clearly not in control, obviously we all know what happened, but when he was in control, it was fire. Plastic Memories was as basic and straightforward as it gets as far as, like, Girlfriend on a Timer Nakige type thing, but it was really good. Like... It was the least innovative thing ever, but it was just good. So that was good. And yeah, like what I do know of Chaos Head. I've seen the anime, as much as it's a bit of a mess. I honestly think it adapted the common route pretty well. But yeah, the route, once it gets out of the common route, it's a fucking train wreck. But the amount I've read of Chaos Head the VN and having seen the anime and shit, I know I like him as a writer for sure. This one's getting kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about this. I notice one thing that happens a lot with the photos is that this area gets like really crunched in an ugly way. And you have to kind of... But then you can't just easily just extend it. You have to kind of altogether shift the design, and that doesn't always work. It's another bad apple. It's actually ironic that Plastic Memories was so ridiculously pull no punches because isn't Steins Gate kind of known for its innovation with plot, from what I understand? like plot cleverness is perhaps its like most famous trait. Unless I got that wrong and it's more about the execution. I mean, I'm sure it's about the execution as well, but I just mean in the sense that like, oh, Umineko is a super clever, unique story. As opposed to something like, Clanad that's not like necessarily doing anything that interesting like from a bird's eye view, but it's defined by the way it does it. All right, that one was kind of hard. This one will be easy. This one's a freebie. The most whack sci-fi adventure adaptation was 9. It was so condensed. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Oh yeah, Nova. That's a good point. You know what? I'm gonna just say right now that I'm not gonna touch Steins Gate until I've played to finish. No question. The main reason I don't want to touch is just because following a playthrough is so fucking annoying. But I'm mentally prepared. Like my body is ready. I'm ready for a playthrough in the relatively near future, like within a year for sure. I hear it goes hard. Also really interesting too, because I know it's got a lot of like mom shit in it. As in like literal biological mom romance shit, which like it's ironic that it's that early for eroge, because I always thought that was like pretty underrepresented in eroge. Like there's very few of those. And it's weird because you'd think there'd be more given how loved and influential that game was ultimately, and how much of a pioneer. But some things are like that. They get popular and whatever, but they don't create lasting trends, or the trends they create are very specific. Did that go through? Yeah, that should have went through. Why would anyone make a robot in the way? That's very true. But that was like kind of the point. Like it just didn't matter because the plot was like so surreal levels of basic. It just like the world is just this like utterly abstract. Like I was waiting for a fucking twist about it the whole time, but I was just like, okay, I guess not. I guess we're just doing this as straight as it gets. Yeah, I'm pumped. I'm pumped for you now. When it hits its stride, it feels like a watering down of alternative. That doesn't sound very promising. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Muv-Luv, but I'm looking forward to it at any rate. Muv-Luv is really cool because I don't know if you're aware, but like, what's his name? The Muv-Luv dude, Yoshimune, who wrote Muv-Luv and stuff. He was a huge influence on Tanigawa, who wrote Haruhi, and you can really feel the similarities between them. And Haruhi herself gets her like appearance and base personality largely from Suzumiya Akane. But the sister is what the fuck? I'm already forgetting. I only played like half of Kimi no Zo. The reason I only played half was because Haruka. That's right. Haruka. Haruhi gets her core appearance and some general personality traits from Suzumiya Akane, and the name from the sister. Haruka. And I stopped playing Kimi no Zo because it was John Blow voice. It was stressful, and what it was asking me to do was not that interesting. No, like it was fine, but it's old. Like you can feel it's from an earlier era where, both the writing techniques and the writer himself is less developed, and I just didn't feel like finishing it. I will at some point though. I'm glad I played it that much though, because it did nicely complement Muv-Luv, and I watched the Akane Maniacs anime, which is really good. I didn't actually play the fan disc, but I did watch the anime, and the anime was really, really good. And it's actually a nice thematic complement to Muv-Luv. So I highly recommend it. I don't know about that. So I think we're gonna leave that detail out. See, that's the problem. Like sometimes the skin folds like greatly influence the contour, but it just doesn't look good. Whatever, we'll do it like that. This one's a weird one because again, the hand. I gotta ignore the photo on this one. I just gotta undo it and just do it more like that. That just looks a lot better. I think whenever you get one where it's like straight up cutting down the contour like that, it's just not going to look good. The mom stuff will all, I can say without spoiling. Oops. Is that Protect's mom is dead and his dad got a new wife, so it's not like his real mom, but there is a heavy theme around the relationship. Right. I must confess, I never. Oh, well, you're in for a good ride. It's the majority of it I found incredibly boring. And I know that's not an unusual reaction to it. but it's always very good. There's no bad parts in it. Even when I thought it wasn't cooking anymore, it outsmarted me. And the best shit in it was more like the excitement of the most exciting parts alone justified how boring the most boring parts were. But then on top of that, it's also just really, really fucking good. Don't get overhyped. The reason it has 10s across the board on VNDB is totally just the West being the time it reached the West. The fact that the West was underexposed to shit. And, you know, the fact that this was like, yeah, if you've never touched a VN before and, you know, it's 2010 and you haven't even seen that much anime yet, like, yeah, this is going to feel like literally the best thing you've ever seen. But no, it is, unfortunately, it is not like, it's not like, I don't know, like, where I would put it. It's extremely good, though. All right, let's just put it that way. It's extremely good. It's extremely good. It's very much worth it. But the fact that it was so boring for me, and in many parts, people act like alternative is when it gets so entertaining. I disagree. That alternative was not entertaining to me at all. It was actually some of the I think all in all, alternative was the most boring content for me. Yeah, given how boring it would be, and the fact that like it wasn't like literally the best shit I had read by a long shot, despite still being extremely good, it made me complain quite a bit. So it's just like a thing to keep in mind. It's a thing to keep in mind. But anyway, super good, and I'm very happy I played it. And you're definitely in for a ride when you do eventually play it. That looks kind of fucking goofy. I don't know about this one. That thing that kind of made me not want to read it, it's not because of bad stuff I heard, but because of all the various titles I've seen and like where Muv-Luv is actually extremely straightforward. It's just Muv-Luv Vanilla and then Muv-Luv Alternative. Muv-Luv Alternative is a direct sequel that was originally supposed to be part of the game. They just had to separate it. And the only reason you heard convoluted shit is because you hear a bunch of idiots telling you to like skip routes and shit. You don't have to skip any routes. Don't skip any routes. Just do all the routes. Muv-Luv Vanilla, Muv-Luv Alternative, good to go. Well, yeah, that's what's really interesting. I think, Chris, they traded influence with each other because I think Muv-Luv Alternative actually has Haruhi influence in it even. Because Haruhi was very Kimi Nozo inspired. And then on top of it was inspired by Muv-Luv Vanilla, but then I think they started trading influence with each other. It's super interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I hear you. That can be really good. That can absolutely be really good. Because it's full control. So what you're saying is Lucky Star is low-key inspired by Muv-Luv? Possibly. Possibly. Oh, there was probably there was probably a bit of everything in Haruhi at the time, in all likelihood. Do I like signature abilities in Pokemon where only one Pokemon can have it and characterize them? Yeah, I like that a lot, and I think, I honestly think that, I don't know if I've talked about this, but, like, gonna go on, like, a Gen 1, little bit of a Gen 1 crusade as usual, but like the fucking Gen 1 Pokemon feel more unique, and they feel like each one changes the game more significantly than even once they started giving Pokemon abilities, like actual, like passive abilities. Because I don't know if I counted this one. Whatever. Let's just keep going. This one's on the floor. I guess I'll do this one. Because the system was set up so that the move sets, and I know it's like memed how shallow the move pools are and how much like Pokemon share moves and stuff, but that's exactly the idea. The differences between their movesets feel incredibly significant, and like you might take a mon like Cloyster and be like, oh, he's got Clamp. It's just Fire Spin but water type. No, like Clamp feels very different than playing against like Wrap or Fire Spin. It feels like what it did was got the most out of the least. And when you get these mons with unique moves like that, like, oh, Cloyster has Clamp, it just feels like no one else has Clamp. It just feels so like, it feels so characterizing. That being said, I think they did some really cool stuff in later games with signature moves. Like I think stuff like shit like Thousand Arrows I think is insanely cool. Stuff like that, like stuff that really actually genuinely gives you a new perspective on the mon and genuinely gives you a new perspective on the game. I think that type of shit is super cool. And so I think shit like Thousand Arrows is insanely cool. And there's a decent number of moves like that. But there's a lot of signature moves that are just, I fucking smack you really hard. It's just like, oh, I turn into a beat stick, And that is not cool, if I'm to be perfectly honest. So that's kind of my thought about that. Gen 1 just brought out so much. Like every difference between the mons really feels like a product of their design, and it really feels like you really feel the difference. You really feel like what each mon uniquely has. So that's kind of my thought about that. Like even shit like Crabhammer. Like the fact that Kingler has Crabhammer in Gen 1. People don't get it. Like people don't get that like that was like a really like people are like, "Oh, it's an offensive Pokemon. Why is its signature attack this move that uses its special attack?" Well, that's where the auto crit comes in. The fact that Crabhammer always crits emphasizes that this is a technique, this is a water technique, but some unique spin is going into it because this thing is a more physical fighter. And the crits are very significant. Like the fact that Crabhammer always crits has a pretty significant effect on the game and stuff. So like anyway, stuff like that is just super cool. Like you don't want Crabhammer to use his attack. That's stupid. Like that doesn't get the point across. On top of it, oh my god, there's a million. All right, I'm not gonna rant about all the things I don't like about modern Pokemon, but I could do it. No, Will, I actually do like. I do like the passive abilities. I do like the addition of abilities. I think it was really cool. I think I think it felt like something that probably just should have been there from the start. I just don't think they did enough with it, basically. I do think that the idea was really good, though. I always stand by the idea itself. I just don't think it always had the best execution. Especially when you get, like, weird this or that. When you get, like, exclusion... you get mutually exclusive abilities that don't make sense from a lore perspective, which I made the joke about. With it's like, why does Weezing have two options? Float or Kamijo Toma, Imagine Breaker, other Mon's abilities? Like, why are those mutually exclusive? So you're going to tell me that Weezing is floating... But when you give him that power, he's just stuck on the ground like a doofus. Even though we can clearly visibly see he's floating. Like, that's just goofy as fuck. Like, that's just silly. That's silly maxed, and that shouldn't be happening. Like, they didn't take the... They weren't taking, like, the flavor portion seriously enough. And it's like, okay... I'm going to imagine a competitive player playing devil's advocate with me and saying, well, why does the flavor matter that much? Here's why the flavor matters. The flavor creates game feel. And when what's happening competitively, or just casual at a high level, like a very invested casual player, when that decouples from the mechanics, the actual game feel, the intuitive like feel created by the flavor, the player loses intuition, and it builds player stress. It builds a lot of player stress because no longer are the things they're doing intuitive things. So every single thing they do now takes more effort to do than if the design concepts and the mechanics were in more harmony. So it doesn't matter how good you get at the game or how used to it you get. You will always experience more stress playing a game where the flavor shit's not in gear than a game with where the flavor shit is in gear. Having your flavor stuff put together will always produce a more fun... All things equal, will always produce a more fun, more satisfying, less stressful, more intuitive experience on an actual game feel level. And that's why it's really important that you do that. And there's other reasons as well, such as like spectators. Spectators can follow when the flavor and the mechanics line up well. Spectators can follow better, which is kind of important if you want your game to be popular. Stuff like that. Yeah, and Will, that's where my philosophy: never adapt flavor to balance. Always adapt balance to flavor. And that's they dug their own grave basically by the fact that they can't do that. How are we doing? They dug their own grave by not being able to do that. I'm actually gonna try to do these next ones a little fast. I think I started getting like slow and comfortable with these. I gotta go a little faster. Let's knock some speed ones out. Yeah, always balance around the flavor. Never balance the flavor to the gameplay. This type of issue shows up in other types of games too. Like if you play like BlazBlue, for example, this doesn't happen all the time, but if you take like the initial set of characters, the initial character roster in BlazBlue, if you look at their animations, a lot of their animations feel best in Calamity Trigger because those animations were made for that game. But then for balance reasons, they had to do things like speed things up, slow things down, change properties too. Like a certain animation might have had invincibility frames and then it loses invincibility frames and stuff. But it was more visually intuitive for it to have invincibility frames because the animators animated the attack in the first place, being, told what type of move it was. Stuff like that. So, like, that's sort of like the hidden cost. That's the hidden cost of game balance. And it's a thing a lot of people don't like to admit or think about. But it's a very real thing, and it does, in fact, make the game tangibly worse when that's, when that's not in gear. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the board. I gotta check that out. Well, yeah, I totally forgot that. I completely forgot that you were doing that. Godbird, yeah, Godbird's fucking chuny as fuck. It's actually not worthless in Gen 1. It actually has some use. I have tried it. You can get use out of it. It's not your first pick, but you can do some upsets with it, so it's not worthless. Charge moves in Gen 1 though should have they should have been at least twice as powerful as they were, if not 3 times. If not even 4 times. So that's sad, but I love Godbird because it's just like the blatantly like little chuny attack, and before Pokemon got full of chuny attacks, it was like the original. It was the original chuny attack. Yeah, it seems like if I need to save time, I mean, I can bang them out pretty quickly if I need to save time. I tried to make their movement power. Yeah, exactly, Will. Yeah, that shit's super important. You can really feel how much you desire that when you actually go to make something. Feels like every other day I found there's a new connection with Muv-Luv to the overall Otaku ecosystem. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Muv-Luv is super interesting. It's for exactly its use of... it probably just... It really blows your mind when you first see what it does. It's not nearly as novel in today's ecosystem, but it still is just like super cool. Like it will never not be, like even on paper, it will never not be like interesting for how it mixes genre and plays on expectations and stuff. And I think the best thematic ability in Pokemon is Pressure. I do think Pressure is cool. I do also like how it prevents PP stall, because PP stall is kind of cringe. Legendary primarily have it as well as some... Yes, right. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. I think we're going to... Actually, I'm going to do one I'm going to do one from Imagination based loosely on this reference, and we'll see how this goes. Because Imagination ones are legal in the challenge. But we want to keep them to a minimal. See how this one looks. Trying to do like a dramatic apple hold. Honestly, this might have been a bad idea. I mean, I guess that's alright. I guess that is alright. I really love the there's a bunch of shit. That's the other thing about Muv-Luv too, though, is like, I don't know, I've probably mentioned this before, but I really like Shingeki no Kyojin, even though it's, you know, even at its best, it's, you know, it's not the best thing ever, but, and when it's not good, it's really not good, but, like, I fucking love it. I unapologetically just love it, and, obviously SNK was very inspired by the Muv-Luv tropes, and from a raw, like, enjoyment standpoint, from a raw, like, you know, from a raw spectator standpoint, I find SNK when it's on, when it's on the ball, like when it's actually being its best, I find it so much more entertaining and fun than Muv-Luv 99% of the time, basically. And, you know, there's so many memes, like, in the VN spheres, like, oh, SNK is Muv-Luv but shit and stuff. And it's like, yes, SNK is written much worse than Muv-Luv, even at its best. But SNK is a lot more fun for me, personally. I like it a lot better, just like on the personal level. So that was kind of disappointing. Whoa, what the? Oh, I'm interpreting this. Okay, that's a thumb. SNK is a lot more entertaining to me, and it was a lot more fun. And aesthetically, I kind of fuck with it a little bit more. So I went into Muv-Luv like, okay, this is going to be Kyojin on Super Crack. This is going to be Shingeki no Kyojin on Super Crack in terms of like the tropes. Like I thought the tropes were going to be like cranked to 11. Like, oh, if something was this intense in Kyojin, it's going to be 10 times more intense in Muv-Luv. But that's just not how it works. With exception of, you know, the iconic, like, obviously, do I even have to say it? Chomp. There's nothing even remotely as intense in SNK as Chomp. So we can all agree that, you know, we can all agree about that one. But in general, like, it wasn't like what I wanted from that perspective. And what I think would be fucking cool is, like, what if a really good writer did the same gimmick as Muv-Luv again, but the goal was to create a story that, this is kind of like a selfish request for the world. Like, I want someone to make this. Make Muv-Luv's concept of the genre switch again. Like, go through the whole genre switch, except after the genre switches after like 50 hours or fucking whatever. It's the most intense shit, start to finish, you've ever seen in your life. It's the most intense shit ever. I want someone to make that. It's not going to be me. I want someone else to make that. Alright. I don't know how long that took, but kind of happy with how it came out. I mean, this is a little sussy. That looks better. I'm gonna put an I near it just so that we know this one was from Imagination. Let's see. When you start with a pool of MP, you can use summon pieces, but some pieces have a no summoning zone where your opponent can't. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that kind of reminds me of that reminds me of Duels of the Roses a little bit. That game was a mix of really cool ideas and some undercooked ideas. Did you play it? Did you play Duels of the Roses at all? Yeah, it sounds like I'm talking about King of Fighters. Yeah, that's why I usually just call it Kyojin. Oh, you never even heard of it. Interesting. I didn't really get SNK until I read Mava, but when I did, it made a lot more sense, especially where the ending went wrong. I actually haven't seen I still haven't read the last 4 volumes of Kyojin yet, so I haven't seen the train wreck. But given how bad Kyojin already was able to get when it was not being good, I'm more than ready to believe the ending sucks ass. So like, I'm more than ready to be, my body is ready for a terrible ending, but I'm still excited to see it eventually. I don't know when I'll get to finishing Kyojin finally. So many writers liked Kyojin a lot. There are so many good writers who, after the fact, like, admitted that they really liked Kyojin. And that's why I don't feel stupid liking Kyojin a lot, because so many good writers took influence from it, or outright clearly took influence, or outright said that they like it a lot. So there's just something charming as shit about it. Like, Kyojin is the reason we have Jewelry Hearts Academy, which is a recent VN. It also got a sequel, which is out now, and I'm not reading it right now, which is terrible. I wish I was reading it, but I don't have time. And that's like one of the best. That's just one of the best stories ever written. So we indirectly have Kyojin to thank for that. I did play Yu-Gi-Oh! A few times, so I took a bit. Yeah. I very much prefer Yu-Gi-Oh's system of monsters are resources unto themselves. I really like that system a lot. Like, instead of energies, they got the monsters themselves are the resources. And the reason I like it a lot is because by now you might already know this about me, but I really like when games feel more like volatile in that way. And I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh's like sacrifice system, the tribute system, just lends to like a fundamentally more volatile games. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh's not the game it used to be. Yu-Gi-Oh's every 5 years, Yu-Gi-Oh is basically a different game than prior. The only thing it keeps in common is that it's just rat shit off the wall compared to other games. But at any rate, I think that the tribute system was always good for keeping the game just fundamentally feel like kind of more volatile. And I like that about it. I've played other games that use like more kind of conventional resource management. I do like Shadowverse's approach to resource energy, where it's a universal meter that just fills with time. I actually think that's a really cool system. Shadowverse was frustrating because what I didn't like about Shadowverse was how much you pay the price in later, just how much you pay the price in later turns for not laying the right groundwork in earlier turns. I'm not big on that type of thing because first of all, it increases the learning curve, which I think is just kind of bad for the game. Although, I mean, clearly it didn't stop Shadowverse from being a commercial hit, but clearly it's not that big of a deal. But it does hurt the learning curve a little bit. And it also it makes it so that a certain type of drama has a little that I really like has a little bit of a harder time coming out. One of the things I always liked about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that a single turn typically just like holy shit, like a single turn is always ready to just shake the whole fucking game state up. Whereas a system like Shadowverse makes it feel like you kind of like, yeah, those turns can happen, but like it often feels like you often feel like you're swimming up a waterfall, and if you do swim up that waterfall, it was a miracle, and if you didn't, then you're fucked. Whereas Yu-Gi-Oh! Constantly feels like someone is ready to just flip the fucking table at any given moment's notice. There's no swimming up waterfalls. It's just flip up the whole table, which is also one of the reasons I like Gen 1 in Pokemon, because that can happen there as well. Quite easily and commonly. So I'm into like high volatility with the game state as like a baked in feature, not as in like a overtuned like mistake, but as like something actually like fundamental to the system. This one's a little bit weird. It's like overly kind of organic looking. I think these have to get pulled down a little bit. Let's see how we doing. I got slower then. Sure enough, I did lose my speed eventually. I went slower than I should have. Well, that's why we're doing a trial run. Still not terrible though. Still not terrible speed. You got 20 chapters left. That's just a tiny bit farther than me. Yeah, it's a dark mechanic, Omar. Yeah, exactly. It's a less dramatic, exactly. Exactly, Will. Like chess is so technical like that. That's the thing that when I realized that chess other than being about, shoving computers up your beehole, when I realized it was more about, you know, brute force versus brute force in terms of like raw pattern recognition and game state memorizations and like really intense, you know, like mathematical foresight and stuff, or if not mathematical, logical. I kind of like, I kind of lost interest in even becoming like remotely decent at it. So my chess exposure is pretty low. In fact, I don't even, at this point, it's been so long, I don't even know if I remember all the rules at this point. This one's holding a phone. Should probably draw on the phone. Some poses that are holding things actually look more natural once the thing is being held goes in. So that is something to keep in mind. Let's see. That looks kind of fucking weird. That doesn't look right. That looks better. Still looks a little weird. It just looks weird because, like, even in the photo, it looks like the phone is like floating on the friggin' hand. We're gonna have to find a solution to this. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. All right, I think what it wants like a more gripping. It wants some kind of evidence that there's some kind of grip, I guess, on it. But I don't know. This just looks weird. I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. Whatever. That's fine, I guess. All right, let's keep going. Oh, this is an easy one. That looks good to me, honestly. Yeah, true, Elman. Thank you for the encouragement. I think if I'm running behind time, I'm probably gonna I'll probably like try to like catch back up with like a series of easier ones. Oh, come on, go back, go back. Didn't Bobby Fischer complain that metagaming was ruining chess or something? I don't know, actually. If he did, that's interesting. The only quotes I remember from him was him saying stuff like, "Oh, chess is like a raw test of intelligence, and I'm smarter than everyone, therefore I always win," which I thought was really funny. So I don't know. I actually don't know much about that, but I would be very interested if you have info on that. I feel like I went, too long with the fingers. Yeah, see, ones like this, I'm learning where to. I'm definitely learning where to ignore the reference at this point. Especially with stuff like finger overlap and stuff. There's a lot of times in the reference where you are simply seeing too much of a certain finger for it to look good. Stuff like that. I don't know. That's fine, I guess. Whatever. Yep, that's fine. We'll count that. Oh, this just formed like a Goku, like a Kamehameha. Unintentionally. Ones like this too, with like an intense foreshadowing, you definitely got to give it a little bit of an exaggeration, or it's gonna look kind of cringe. Like even more than that, like give it even like a straight up overlap, like a like something dramatic like that. Like speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh does that a lot. So Bobby invented Chess 960 or Fisher Random, where you randomize the back. Oh, that's funny as shit. In high-level chess games, the first 15 moves or so are usually just... Oh, that's so fucking funny. New word acquired. Mabutsu Nen... Nehan? I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I'm gonna look it up. Let's see how we did. Okay, no, I wasn't even close. Haibutsu. I got the Butsu, right? Haibutsu Kishaku. Bukyo Jinya. Butsuzo. What even is that? What is that word? Kyokan. Kyokan Nado Hakaishite Bukyo. Oh, Haisetsu. Yeah, that was the. That's right. That was the whole destroy Buddhism movement. Yeah, that shit was crazy. I don't know too much about it, but I know that they lost a decent bit of history thanks to that. I should memorize that word, honestly, because it's pretty relevant. Haibutsu Kishaku. It crunched the high kanji into shit that legit looks like ma. I thought it was like some majutsu shit. That's why I read it like that. Alright, let's get back to this. Howard, really like your 1 hour breakdown of why Mario 64 is goated. Awesome. Yes, Bobby. More on the way for sure. There will be analysis videos like that dedicated to normal stories, and there will be ones dedicated to normal games as well. Like both games and normal stories on their way for sure. So I'm very happy to hear that you enjoyed that. Was in GSS. Alright, well, I should have... Maybe I should have mined it. Call it not mining. Yeah, like this, it just looks weird with the pinky doing that. Shit. Yeah, that's mad interesting though that chess has like set rules, like a set opener shit like that. Because I've actually been thinking about that lately for Gen 1 in Pokemon is kind of like a super simplified version of the same thing. There are more or less the opening moves more or less function like a coin toss because everyone always does the same things on the opening moves every single time that are just objectively the most advantageous thing to do, and then they just leave it up to RNG to see who it swings in the favor of. So it means the first couple turns of the game are more or less non-interactive. So it's like a hyper simple version. It's like the baby version of what you're describing. It's the no computer in butthole version of what you're describing. But that's definitely not going to save you. Computer in your rectum is definitely not going to save you in a game where the most advantageous opening move has a 60% chance of just doing nothing. Which is, of course, Gengar throwing out a Hypnosis. But yeah, at any rate, I was thinking about that, and like, I think a lot of people don't like that. I don't personally like it that much, that it works that way. Apparently, even in chess, people don't like that. So, that is why, I decided that in Castle, you will not know what barrier your opponent switched to at any given time. Like, it will just tell you that they switched barrier. Meaning, when the game starts, you will not know... like, when you go into battle with any given thing, you will not know what barrier you're up against. And barriers, if you don't recall, are the defensive type and the moveset. And what that will do is basically make it so that instead of a set thing, that happens at the start every time. Like set responses. It will make it so that the first turn is basically chaos. It's basically just whoever wants to do whatever, they'll do whatever because they have no idea what they should be doing until the first turn actually happens. And I think that will be more fun and expressive. I mean, it is like an RNG game after all. It doesn't have to be like that sophisticated. So I think that will be more interesting than... Because I was thinking about, like... I can't expect, like... I can't... Like, when stuff like... Like, I don't want situation... Like, even in the solo player mode, like, I don't want people getting into situations where, like... Oh, I know that this guy can do this, so I better do this every single time. Like, I want to at least keep that, like... It's more interesting and it's more narratively dramatic if you literally just cannot know what is going to come, at least for that first turn. It will also create interesting stuff, too, where you can, like, spoof a barrier. By, for example, if two of your barriers have the same move, you can conceal what barrier you're on, as long as it doesn't get hit by something that reveals what its defensive type is. Yeah, just stuff like that. Anyway, I think that'll just be more interesting. So anyway, I have been thinking about this lately, is the point. Right, you can't... Exactly. There's different things you can do, but there's only so many things you can do. Right, exactly. There's this pretty terrible chess variant where before you can move a piece, people have to roll a dice, the number of sides depending on this. Oh, before you can capture. Oh, so it becomes like an RN. It becomes like Pokemon. It's like Pokemon chess. It's Wolfie chess. Wolfie started playing chess. I doubt anyone here follows Wolfie. But Wolfie did in fact start playing chess. I don't know if he's gonna keep playing it, but he played it at least one time. Okay, we got 1 hour left, and we're a little bit behind where we want to be, but it's not the worst. It's still fast enough where we could finish the challenge. Yeah, the VGC player. I think the reason why you get this kind of standardization is because in RPGs you're expected to grind. Yes, exactly, Nova. Yeah, exactly. Most RPGs are not built out of the concept that, like, battling is this, like, legit, like, life and death, survival, resource, scramble to not lose resources, basically. Or, what, competitive Pokemon is, which is basically that, but with, like, rehearsed game plans. Wolfie gifs on Discord are my favorite. My favorite gender. I make a lot of my own. Where I just have them say some like, what the fuck? No, no. That's the first time I had to erase one from scratch, and I'm unapologetically erasing that one. This picture was just not. This picture was just not meant to be copied straightforwardly. Shit. Let's see if we're if we're 1-6 through the challenge at I mean, I know it says 3 hours, but we're really technically under 3 hours. With about 3 hours. Yeah, that would mean it would take 18 hours, which is obviously too long. Like, obviously, I'd have to go a little faster than this, but. The fact that I was not trying to go that fast is a decent sign, at least. But it's still true that I have to mind, I have to beware specific pitfalls and shit. Nah, that looks fun. This hand in general is just kind of bad news. It's very, I think in general, you want to be careful with these ones that are prone to getting like claw-like like this. With each finger kind of like doing its own thing. It's probably best to go in with at least 2 of the fingers grouped like that. And watch out for separation between them. Yeah, like that already looks significantly better. So I'm definitely gonna have to watch out for shit like that.
To the salt.
Yeah. And then this in general just looks weird. That's not right. Yeah, that's not bad now. I mean, that's alright. Just needs a little bit more. I might have forgotten to record a few also, but whatever. Let's see. These are good ones. John, I'm justed. I'm so justed right now. Did you have a lot in crypto or something? I pulled out a while ago because I figured something like this was on the horizon. Oh, okay, yeah. Sounds good, man. Sounds good to me. So what? Just life in general? Life things? Just lost a con. That sucks. Is it like a major? Do you do like major like once a year? You live off a single contract for the whole year type shit? Type job? That blows. I feel your pain because I had a brutal financial month last month. Luckily, I'm more or less stabilized again. But. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright, one like this we're actually gonna try to... I'm gonna try to see if I can get like a speedy... Like a sort of speedy... silhouette based method for some of these. Like something like this, yeah. This definitely seems like like when I need an emergency. I need an emergency speedy one. I can do shit like this. That looks fucking weird. Don't do that. I don't know. That's fine, I guess. Whatever. Whatever. I don't know if that approach actually saved any time. Whatever. That's two at least. I'm currently grinding low-level programming because web dev doesn't make any sense to me. It's too abstract. I get definitely what you mean. I usually don't like web dev either. I like some aspects of web dev. But I would much rather do low-level programming than web dev any day of the week. So, I feel you. Having a job seems nice. Yeah, exactly. Me and Will know that feel. Do I like Lane? Yeah, it's been forever though, honestly. It's been so long. I liked it at the time. I remember thinking that the first like 3 or 4 episodes in particular I really particularly liked a lot, and then ironically my complaint for the last leg was just, this is going off of extremely old memories. I have no idea what I would think now, but my main complaint with the later content was that it was too simple and cliche. And that's not me trying to sound like I have a galaxy brain. I mean literally the drama, not like the ideas, not the philosoph. Well, to be honest, the philosophical ideas too were never that complicated. Anyway, so that is kind of also true. But all that aside, I remember liking the show a lot, and the art is sick, and I remember liking it, so I'll probably like it again if I see it again. Do I think it's some like narrative masterpiece? I think the amount I remember it alone is enough to make me confidently tell you it's not a narrative masterpiece, but like, is it sick? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's pretty sick, yeah. Yeah, and what who said that? What Fumo said. The aesthetics crowd, yeah. The aesthetics crowd is kind of annoying. But otherwise, yeah, nothing against the nothing against Lane itself. The PS1 game looks super cool too. I really like the more kind of like it has a little bit more of like a kind of conventional thrillery feel to it, which I like a lot. The video game. I'm gonna have to check out the video game at some point. The PS1 one. It's basically just like an info browsing game. People also say too about like, oh my god, it predicted stuff about the internet and stuff. I'm gonna be real, that is not impressive. Everyone and their grandma was predicting what would happen with the internet for a very long time. So that's not like... People say the same stupid shit too about like the end of MGS2. Oh my god, that like Reddit rant at the end of MGS2 was so deep because it predicted the internet. First of all, it didn't predict the internet that accurately. Second of all, that's not hard to do. Everyone was doing that. Everyone was accurately predicting what would happen. So that aspect I think is really stupid when people focus on that aspect. Like that's not substantial. There's nothing substantial in predicting a very obvious future, like with the accuracy of a horoscope. But yeah, that aside, I think Lane is very cool. No, I still have an Elnu, but I very much should. I very much should. I remember hearing that DTLC was heavily... if it was, it didn't amount to much. If it was, it did not amount to much. I like the aesthetics of Side Note. Tipa found out has lowly segs, so I disavow Ulu. Yes, exactly. Every BPD femcel TikTok user ever. Can't really imagine how, yeah, what Fumo said, yeah. That's true, Will. I guess from the over optimism standpoint, that's true. Yeah. I just watched Ghost in the Shell 2, and I actually liked the CGI. Yeah, it had like a really good use. I agree. It did use CGI really well. The art in that movie is just extremely good. Yeah, I'm excited to watch Elmu for sure. For sure. Oh, they say Rockman EXE predicted stuff about the internet too, and I think there's more. Yeah, there's more of a foundation with exactly Nova. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's mad interesting. Exactly, that's mad interesting. Yeah, because it almost kind of has like a Internet of Things kind of thing going with it and stuff too and stuff. That sucks, John. You can vent here. You can sussy vent here all you want. Because I feel for you. That sucks. Having to deal with finance, esoteric red tape shit is one of the worst things ever, because you're basically running over a bunch of hot coals while people are trying to pickpocket you. So it's not fun. Fortunately, I'm so poor right now that I don't deal with a ton of that right now, but I definitely will in the very near future, so I'm excited about that. You know, of all the like early, I predict the heckin' internet. Yeah, Rockman was that Nova? Yeah, like Nova said for sure. Dot Hack, the original Dot Hacks. They were astute about a lot of cool things. Again, nothing like impressive. Nothing like, wow, that's so impressive. You're a fucking oracle. You're fucking Nostradamus. Just like, oh, that's a, you know, that's a cool idea. That's a cool idea that doesn't feel naive even going back to it today. Dot Hack for sure had some cool ideas. It's very abstract though. Like it purposely keeps the technology of the game from you, for example. Like you don't actually know what they can even like literally do. It's like it's really weird. And like different depictions of it, because it's a multimedia thing. Different depictions of it like straight up suggest like different rules and stuff. Like it's almost like intentionally inconsistent and shit. It's really interesting. And I never played all the games to this day. And I went back and I watched a Jikyo, like a Japanese Let's Play, of all of the first one recently. And it was fun, but I ran out of time to watch the rest, so I'll have to do that later. At a later date. Oh. Like how Lane's identity is fragmented by external signs and yeah, for sure. I think that's super cool for sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the power of poverty. Yeah, exactly. No. Yeah, really true, Fumo. I think that theme is really cool and definitely like very relatable to. Definitely very relatable to. Definitely gonna be relatable to anyone today. I think my biggest ever scream at the, like Will was just saying, scream at a sci-fi thing not making sense, was ironically in Hunter x Hunter, of all things, which is not even remotely trying to be, scientifically accurate about anything. But when I think it was one of Killua's brothers or something, he tries to like recreate the Greed Island EXE, like, or not EXE, like executable, like whatever, binary, whatever the fuck it is. The game disc basically. He like rebuilds it from looking at the save data, proving Togashi has no idea what the fuck is on save data. It's like save data is just a bunch of variables. Save data wouldn't, you can't know shit about a game from its save data. There's like zero info in a save data. That was like the one time I ever shouted. I ever like nerd shouted at a piece of media on a technological level. Usually I just do not care about that at all because, you know, that's just not, obviously that's not the point. That's not the point of stories. But that was like the one time. That was the one time it made, like, I got slightly angry. Yeah, this one's weird. It shouldn't be so cramped. This is one I definitely have to ignore the reference. What the frick is going? Oh, I see. He's got this thing where his other hand is then blocking the thing, and then his pinky's actually coming out from there. What the? Whoa, what the? What the? I can't even tell what the. Oh, I see. That's supposed to be the finger. Let's do that. I guess. This just looks. This is one of those ones where it's just kind of inherently too convoluted. Like this back hand is not gonna. It's not gonna easily read as a hand. I guess we'll count this too. Whatever. I don't even care at this point.
Is CDI clips, would that be like a copyright?
I don't think so. No, definitely not. Definitely
I want to watch Rice Spaghetti.
Okay. The whole metaverse thing comes from a dystopian novel in that case. Tech Bros. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, no, but that would have made me shout. You have made me shout when you're done. True. You could emphasize the palm. Like. Something like that. That looks a little bit more hand-like. Snow Crash. Interesting. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Lewd like hand holding. I'd never even heard of Snow Crash. It's interesting though. Yeah, it's fucked up, John. They censor a lot. It's like the George Orwell novel, 1984. George Orwell's book, 1984. Oh, come on. Go back. Mumble TeamSpeak. something TeamSpeak. No one will go back to First passive is really good. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of Mumble, to be honest. Oh, no, actually, it's kind of ringing a bell. Something, come to think of it. Oh, come on. Come on. Alright, we got an easy one after this one. That's the other problem too with these multi-hand ones, is that sometimes without the ability to render, they get a little convoluted. They get a tad convoluted. Oh shit. Okay. I hate to say it, but one thing that's going to help a lot with the challenge is the fact that there's only so many pictures in this pool. So if I ran into one that was causing me trouble when I do the actual challenge, I'll have a little bit of experience with it. I'm not going to consider that cheating because it's just not okay. How the fuck did this thumb end up so big? Oh. Oh, it's got so convoluted. This one's terrible. Oh, come on. Come on. Whatever. Well, we're considering this one. Okay. We're gonna... Okay, well, the pinky's totally fucked, but... We're gonna, pull that one in a little bit. Pull that one in a bit. We'll consider this too. All right. Ojo Sama Glass. I wanted to invest into a crypto, but it was literally linear. That sucks. It's about the contrast between a man's big. Yes, that's so true. There are definitely a lot of Flandre picks that go hard. Let's see if I can get this one in like 2 seconds. I feel like this should be an easy one. Shit. It went away. Let's go. And we'll just clear up the fucking knuckle shit. well, this is a little messier than the standard I want to keep, but I think we're gonna consider this guy okay. As long as the gesture's there, we're gonna consider that a win. Let's see. How erotic can you make a hand look? In my opinion, extremely. Oh, good night, Will. In my opinion, extremely. See any hand Tsunako has ever drawn of a female character. I think they're insanely erotic. Or unless you're asking me my ability to do so. My ability to do so is mild, I would say. I would say it's mild. I have a mild ability to harness that power. Boom, boom. Oh, this one's gonna end up being kind of fucking weird. Yeah, because the fucking angle, it's not a nice angle in the photo. We'll salvage it. My homework earlier totally screwed me over. I was so fatigued, couldn't think as soon as I started drawing all that. Because drawing's epic, I guess. I feel you though. Like, I mean, like that is the nice thing about, that's the nice thing about art, is that it uses a different energy source than other forms of brain work and shit. So like, you can be cooked on other shit, but you can then go to draw and it's just like, it just feels good. As long as you're not like, doing some shit that like you've never done before in it, and you don't know what you're doing and crap. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things. Like, I definitely feel that. Like, it's just a thing you can. It's funny because like, what the fuck am I doing? I don't know what's happening with this now. A lot of people who do become professionals did say how like growing up it was like, it's not rare for them to like avoid responsibilities by doing art shit, because it does become like, like, in my opinion, drawing is more fun than any game I've ever played. So, and less stressful as well, unless I'm doing something that like I'm totally not used to and just really sucking wind with. This one looks kind of fucking retarded. Alright, the problem is, yeah, I took the thumb position too literally in that. I knew that was gonna happen. It's never gonna have a thumb look good if you put it too low like that. Oh man, this one got cursed. That's fine. Next one. I don't know if I want to do this one. This one's just kind of ugly. Oh yeah, this one. Let's try this one again. How much time we got? We only got 20 minutes left. Well, we got a little bit more than 20 minutes, but I'm so happy I've gotten to that point where I don't feel it. Yeah, exactly. I'll know. Once you hit that point where you're just like, you have a thing, you're consistent. When you go to it and you know you're gonna get a certain thing every time, and you don't have to like put a ton of you know, thought or like willpower or like, you know, a dice roll or whatever into if you're gonna get that result. That's when, in my opinion, that's when it becomes extremely fun. I mean, I always thought art was fun even before that, but I think part of that was just because it's not, you know, just because it's not other things that I don't enjoy, like. You know, like working a shitty job or something. That's definitely part of it. Alright, this one, I think I succeeded with this one. Last time I did this one, it wasn't good, but this time I knew what to ignore from the... I knew how to take the reference with a grain of salt. Oh, for fuck. Call that one. Oh, this is an easy one. They say I've locked in everything. Yeah. Well, that's all right. That's the worst part. The face. Once the face is there, that's huge. The only issue with this one is you can't... I feel like you should be able to see the back finger a little bit. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I think the funny thing about this challenge is I don't know if this challenge is actually making me any better at all at drawing hands. And there's even a chance it's making me worse. But I still want to do it. No, I don't think it's making me worse. I don't think it actually improves your ability to draw hands, though. I think it just improves your ability to quickly sketch them. I think it improves the speed at which you can sketch them, and not anything else. Not even the quality at which you can sketch them, just the speed. But I guess we'll see once the challenge happens. Once it's done, we'll see how we feel about it. Alright, that's one. This one I don't know about. This one I think always kind of produces an ugly one, so I'm gonna. Well, the problem with this one is it's just the classic. Like the palm is way too. Okay, well, one thing I can say is it's definitely gotten me a lot better at knowing how to draw hands from a reference, like knowing what to ignore in a reference. It's definitely gotten me better at that. Yeah, like this one, I think this one's actually going to come out pretty good now that I know how to actually interpret it. Yeah. Yeah, this one is actually coming out decent. Oh, except I lost finger space. I'm gonna kind of spin this one a little bit. I ended up with the thick fucking palm problem regardless. I still didn't give it enough space. No, this angle, this pose is cursed. Sure enough, it's cursed. I think if we lasso these down, we can get it to work. And then add like a that type of thing, I guess. Something to give it some overlap. Shit. Something to give it some kind of edge of overlap. No, not quite like that. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, this one's a cursed one. I'm not doing this one. In the actual thing, I'm skipping that one. We'll count it though. About 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna get off and do more coding and crap. I just wanted to get at least a little bit of a stream in, because some people think I'm dead when I don't stream, so. And I figured, you know, if I'm gonna do this stupid challenge, I gotta practice for it at some point. Might as well make that now. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, 15 minutes. 15 minutes I'm getting off, so. But we'll try to do a nice, like, last little hurrah with these. As far as doing the challenge and having to do these straight for about 15 hours or whatever it'll take. Definitely not bad, I could say. Like, it'll get a little bit tiring, and I'll probably want like a 15-minute break at some point, and hopefully I can generate enough speed where I can afford a 15-minute break during it. Honestly, I think the speed requirements are not that bad. Because I did do a decent bit of stopping to chat during this. I think there was probably a total of about maybe 20 minutes where I just, maybe not quite 20 minutes, but something close, where I just stopped to not draw. I did quite a lot of like stopping and redrawing and stuff in ways I wouldn't do during the challenge also. And I also experimented with ones that I had a bad feeling about. So there's that as well. Next we're at, yeah, okay. So we're not gonna, yeah, we'll probably cap out around like, yeah, 60 something of them, which is okay. Oh yeah, vertical line down the palm. On this guy, something like that. And that definitely helps. Yeah. Little well assistance before bed. In general, like anything that makes these like anything that like helps fill up space is always nice with these. I mean, that's why with these photos, like they are always having the models like bend their hands so dramatically and shit, because you need something to like fill the space. If it's not like an inherently nice silhouette. But I'm trying to make them into as nice silhouettes as I possibly can from the start. Fook. It's another apple one. There's a lot of bad apples. This one's actually this is a pretty easy. This one's a pretty easy one, despite being an object one. The object ones aren't always harder. There's actually another hand, mostly out of view, kind of like near it. I can kind of turn that into like an imagination drawing. I don't know, it's coming out a little bit sussy. Maybe I shouldn't base half the hand on what I'm seeing in a photo. But it's alright, that's alright, I guess. I probably would not do this in the actual. So you get into like a really weird foreshortening situation with this one. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess we'll count. Alright, this one's easy. Let's try to do this one hyper fast. Whoa, this dude's hand, I didn't notice. This dude's hand is fucking really weirdly shaped. He's got like a cartoon hand. Oh shit. Alright, I'm gonna bring the dude's hand back. Oh, I see. This is not as straightforward as I was expecting, because just a lot of weirdness in that. Decent bit of weirdness in the reference that I have to kind of accommodate. Alright, well, I know next time, make sure this one that I just kind of ignore the silhouette of the reference, because it's really fucking weird. It cause some problems. It's not terrible, though. It's whatever. Alright, how we doing with time? Alright, let's do one or two more. And that'll net us about, yeah, about 64 of them. Which is, let me think, that's about a fifth. Yeah, it means, you know, it means we're going too slow, but like I was saying, we can definitely pick up the pace quite a bit. Oh shit. One thing I gotta make sure I don't do is, especially in cases like this where the reference obviously has something retarded going on, I gotta make sure I always stay vigilant about that. Because yeah, this one's like boxing me into... Yeah, there we go. That's much better. we still kind of got this one within 2 minutes at least. Kind of. This finger's fucked though. In fact. Yeah, I mean we'll count it. Okay, this one's a basic gripping one. I guess we'll do this guy and then it's time to draw a clock. Yeah. Oh, good night. Good night, Elna. Sounds good. This is the last one for me as well, so I'll take a look at what you got later. Yeah, like ones like this, I'm definitely starting to learn. So ones like this should basically be like free time save. When it's kind of like a cliche pose. And I know to only vaguely use the reference. All right, that'll do it. That will do it, I guess. This one could be a little bit nicer. Alright. That will do it. That is number roughly 64. Typically, if you're pre-N1, the rule of thumb is about like, if you can do 20, that's really good. If you can do 10, that's fine. And if you can do 5, that's sufficient as well. But anything less than 5 on average a day is not ideal, but it's still not a big deal either. If you're post N1, you should be trying to add a lot, honestly. Like if you're just post N1, yeah, you should be adding 10 million a day if you are just post N1. If you're very far past N1, it doesn't matter, just add them when you feel like it. Just when you feel it's time to add a card, add a card. And if you don't feel it's time to add a card, don't add a card. Yeah, just like whatever one feels better, for sure. But if you feel like you can do 20, definitely do 20. All right, I'm feeling pretty good about this. I think I could definitely do the challenge easy if I locked the fuck in. Let's see what they looked like. I actually don't remember what they even looked like. Let's review them all. Some of these I definitely like. Some not so much. I could definitely go a lot faster next time. This one's Aki. Yeah, so that was roughly 64 in roughly 4 hours. Oh, thank you, Elna. All right, so that's that then. Good night, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. I feel recovered from my overwork. I will really be making a big effort to crank out the playable bat sim. Oats. Thank you for stopping by. No she.